Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. We start every morning of the trading week at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. All times on my charts and that I refer to are Central Standard. And this is my live virtual trading journal. The concept here is that everything that is on my two primary monitors are captured on the video, and my narration provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. So I'm able to capture everything in, I'm looking at something here, sorry, everything in the trading day and my live trades in complete detail, transparency, accountability. And I only trade live, real time in the live market here on Bookmap is where I execute, where I do system development, strategy testing, forward testing, back testing, etc. Out of sample to identify a positive expectancy in various setups is done in IRT, and that's done within the IRT simulated environment. So stuff that is over here, even if it's visualized on these charts, because I send this outcome to these charts, is in the simulated environment. So that's important not to be confused. But any trades that are taken on my account, I have a commitment to never take a trade off the live stream, and I have not done so. And all the trades are live, and the majority are structured trades that I have done the homework and the statistics on to determine that they have a positive expectancy and over a statistically significant data set. Looks like everything's okay as far as the stream's concerned, and that's good. Having said all of that, now it's important to note that this stream is not for financial or trade advice. This is my virtual trading journal. And so there's a disclaimer in the description. Please read that. You can lose more than you started with. It's not, futures investing or trading is not for everybody, and past performance is not indicative of future results. All those things you've heard before are true. So it's important for you to understand. Risk can be a killer. Leverage can be a killer. Okay. That's probably got it. Next, let's look at the numbers here out this morning. Now we've got home sales and consumer credit out at 9 o'clock today. Consumer confidence, is at 9, and new home sales are at 9. We had some 2-star events, building permits and whatnot at 7:30. We got the S&P. Not sure really what the hell. I don't know about this number, so it's only 2-star events, so there you go. And it's just been released now. This is investing.com. It's my favorite news source because I like the format to capture and, snap into a Discord or somewhere. It's free. You see the ads floating around, and I keep it that way so anybody that comes through the stream can have access to these resources, no problem. And if you notice, the event title turns to a URL when you hover over it. So if you don't know, as I don't, what S&P CSHPI Composite is, you could click on that, or I can, and we can go there and figure out all about what that report is. You can filter this for wherever you are in the world and what reports or countries you're interested in. And they only report and focus on traditional economic numbers and releases. I like that. The other news source is Financial Juice is a little different. I'll show you in a minute. We are in earnings season, and there's nothing major out today. Tomorrow is NVIDIA, so that's going to be the big one. That's the final G7, and that's going to be a big deal. for all the markets. That's going to be the focus of a lot of stuff. The other news source is Financial Juice, and there you go. Okay, Schiller, that's what that is. Okay. I do know that. I just didn't recognize. I didn't put the initials together. So the difference between Financial Juice and investing.com primarily is that they have a similar calendar function, but you notice they pull these random non-traditional economic events which may have risk for the auction into their calendar, and I appreciate that. And this side is a squawk box. Now that's, it's important to know in today's environment, I think, that we are essentially risk managers. I don't know what has been going on lately. Stand by one. Okay, I don't know why the stream just doesn't seem to want to start flowing normally on my setup here is in front of me is a 4-monitor rack. I have 2 stand-up desks and an L, and then on to the left there's a couple others. But on the top 2 monitors here are powered by another machine, and so I keep a version of the stream running up there so I can make sure everything, glance up and see the chat and make sure everything's okay. And it doesn't seem to start live correctly this week. I don't know. Anyway, back to the news. So the case Schiller and what I was saying is that in today's world, preserving our account is our primary goal. And you do that fundamentally with risk management. So if you can't manage the risk because you don't know it's coming, that can be a big problem. And it's not any political comment at all, but it's, if you haven't figured out by now that Trump can say something that can move the market 20 or 30 points or tweet something, you've been living under a rock. So if there's an opportunity that they feel important enough to pull into their calendar, I want to know about it. And I'm glad to know that at 1300, there's going to be him talking. So that's it. Financial Juice. Now, on to the pre-market here. We are going to be, again, gap up. I'm so sick of this. Yeah. So here's the action, price action all night. This is yesterday's RTH. Open. Here we are. Why? Who knows? Here we are. Not a new all-time high, but, a long way from that, but at least definitely a gap up. Potential gap and go, or, gap rules open. This is my micro composite, or this is my investor RT. And a couple of notes about that. First of all, in the header of all the charts is the instrument, the chart chart type, the periodicity, and the session. This is my micro tab. This is the same exact layout for the minis. Mini micro ES, micro NQ, and this is my high time frame micro composite chart. You'll see the way these works real simple. Again, MES, 1 day bars or candles, 1 day periodicity, and the daily session, RTH session only. So each one of these is a full RTH trading session. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and that gives me a micro composite. Generates the VPOC, high and low nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines in this most current volume profile. And the high and low volume nodes are pushed to bookmap, as are the session prices. So our MCVPOC is 69, 69, or 76, 69, 50. We got one above us. We've got some naked volume points of control floating around up here. And this is the market profile, and I don't change it between ES and MES, but I do change the sessions because I don't see a difference. I don't see the need. All right, where are we doing for volume now? Whoops, wrong tab, excuse me. Volume, well, we're 89% and 3.5 points wide on a 5-minute a 5-minute candle. Okay, let's mosey over to Bookmap here. Bookmap, in case you don't know what it is, this is a basic heat map. These are market by order, real time, stuff. The columns right to left, micro composite, where I manually enter those values from over there on IRT. These are the high and low volume nodes. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. It'll continue through 1600 today. This is the RTH volume profile at Delta, which will reset this morning at 8:30. This is the statistics column, which is real important to me, and we'll first establish the statistics open type for today, and then we'll get the new statistics for their associated prices in a few minutes. And these are the session prices, which push automatically from Bookmap, to Bookmap from IRT. By the way, I share these session prices with anybody that wants them. Just drop something in the subscribe, drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with this. It's a CSV file that comes down from Google, it's pushed from Google. So you just put that in your Cloud Node column or your software of choice, and there you go. I publish them continuously from 1700 on Sunday evening through 1600 on Friday. And this is the full level 2 order book. These are limit orders. This is liquidity in the market, and these are ask and these are bid, and this is the price. There's no indicators or anything. I have to keep this world very simple, and it's just volume, probabilities, percent or statistics, and price. That's about as much as I can deal with. There's only price-driven lines over here, or levels. This is the POC. Nothing important. It's just, nothing complicated. It's just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, right there. Notice it's the longest line in the overnight, 2,300, I suppose, ish, or 2,900, probably 3,000 contracts traded at that price. The minute some other price trades more contracts, they'll move. There's a VWAP and a mid for the Globex, and there's a VWAP for the RTH, and that's it. This is price. Now, the statistics. Well, the first thing we need to do is figure out the statistic open, and it's real simple because there's only 2 criteria. If we open, this is the current price column. This is the current market right there. That's the inside. It's ticking up and down exactly there as it trades. You see the trade 6, 7, 2. There you go. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? There it is. So we're higher than the close. How would that compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the high. So I'm assuming the low is below us. So we are higher out of range. This is lower in range was yesterday. So the next thing we need to do here is change this. I'm so tired of doing this. I can't even see straight. I haven't seen so many gaps. The crazy market. Anyway. So I always change the column title to be correct so that when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I know what this open type was without having to figure it out. Then we're going to clear the statistics from yesterday because they're from yesterday and get the ones in from today. So remember, we're higher out of range. That's what we expect. We're going to jump over here to IRT and look at this study. Here was yesterday. Here's where we expect we're going to be today. The way this system works is, again, very simple. The system looks back at 1,857 of the recent 1,857 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened higher out of range 456 of them. Of the days where we opened higher out of range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 76.1 times. Overnight volume point of control, 76.1. Oop, and that's, oops, if you get them lined up right, that's as tough as it gets right there. And we're just going to go down the list. Overnight high, 74.8. Overnight mid, 66.2. There's our high. Oops. Why I'm getting those off like crazy today, aren't I? 74.2 is the overnight mid. Previous high, 64.5. Well, look at there. And again, with this alignment, what is wrong? Let's make this a little bit. Oh, I've got them jammed in too tight. That's the problem. All right, now it's 1 point high. That's a little better. And this needs to scooch down a touch. There we go. This yellow thing behind here is actually the mid. You see that? There you go. The IB high is 64.3. Now it's hiding back here. It's this green guy right there. So it's 64.3. And we need to put those initials there because remember the definition of the IB. It is the IB high and low are nothing more complicated than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. But so what does that mean? That means the minute the price opens, the market opens, this flag is going to jump up here above price. Won't be here anymore. And I'm going to want to know what was there. So that's why I do that. Where'd the previous, there we are, previous close, 47.4. Remember also that these are probabilities. This is the percentage of time that this price was visited by price in the this current upcoming auction, looking back over the most recent 1,857 trading days. And the only two criteria is the open type, not did Trump blow up the Straits of Hormuz or declare war on Canada? Nothing. It's just those two criteria dictate these statistics. It's important to understand that. They're not hard, fast lines in the sand or any kind of magic stuff. It's just what they are. 43.2 is a value area high. Let's keep going. Because I got to do other stuff here before we open. And let's keep going. Overnight lows, 35.5. Previous POC is 30.5. My. And that's way down here. Wait a second. Let's make sure we're on the right page here. Okay, and it is, what is it? 30.5. Okay. Previous low, overnight low, I'm sorry, is 35.5. Oops, come on. Okay. Previous low, where did you go? I know you're somewhere around here. Previous low is 12.5. Ooh. Well, there we go. Whoops, not 122.5, is it? 12.5. All right. Those are the statistics, and there we are. We're set up and ready to go on that front until we open. Now, the next thing I'm going to do here at this point early is the TLab snap. A little bit early, that'll surprise them. And that is a thing That is a thing, the TLab snap. And this is why I don't multitask. I mean, this is an example of why I don't multitask very well. Yeah, okay. So there we did all of that. And now we're going to get the TLab snap. Yeah, okay. So the TLab snap, or the TLab, is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And every day about 8:20, I post this. See, the TLab. And I started doing this a long time ago to try to help people that don't have charting that provides all the numbers you might want to be interested in the, just to help out. And every morning early around 6 or something, whenever I get up, I put the reports for the day. And that's I didn't fix yet. No, baby. It's still out there. I just got it ready. Okay, what was it? Oh yeah, so the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room. Now Tom B got 48 years of trading experience and was a professional trader early on. I'm sure he's not a money manager anymore, except managing his own, I'm sure. I would bet anyway. And he doesn't trade live. It is not a live trading room nor a trade calling room, but it is a lot of good people and a lot of good, conversation and advice and some ideas. It's pretty busy. A lot of people in there, a lot of chatting going on. And the stream is kind of an outflow of that because the suggestion was made by Tom, I believe. Focus on your own market and narrate that. Don't be yucking it up somewhere and doing all this extraneous stuff, which I can't do very well. So that's what I started doing. And the next step for me was the stream, because with the stream up to YouTube, I can review it on any device. I don't have to be standing here all day. So that's pretty handy for me. And it's a permanent record. All right, we're getting ready to open now in about 8 minutes. We've gone over Bookmap. We have the statistics set up. Oh, yes. To trade on Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel with this button right here. And you need to pick an account. I've already done that, so I'm going to go like that. Now I have all of my real estate back. I have cancel and close, and I have activated and made visible these stats. So that's all I need to look at. I don't need the trade control panel anymore, because I'm going to trade with multi-brackets. First of all, let's make sure we're on the right statistic or whatever journal it is. The multi-brackets is correct. Going to do the magic box, 3 contracts, and we're going to do the multi-account trading to Lucid. And yes, that's right. Okay. The reason I'm using Lucid instead of my AMP account is because it's the fastest, best way to down risk, still be able to trade reasonable size and make money, be able to profit and get paid. So seems pretty much of a no-brainer to me. Now the way this gap is going to work is, here was our close. There's the gap low, close low, and wherever we open will be the gap high. So we'll be opening in gap rules. Why we gapped, I don't know. Last thing I saw, Trump was insulting everybody, so I don't know. He was busy ragging on everybody last time I saw. I don't watch social media or any of that stuff. I look at 2 news sources, and you've seen them both. I also have Ground News, which is the only source I've found that is verifiably non-biased. Oh, thanks, baby. Verifiably non-biased, and they tell you what the skew is on who reported the story and whatever company reported this majority of the story, what their leanings are and all that, because there's so much spin and so much weirdness going on these days. You know, how do you hell know what is even the news? What's the truth? It's really weird. So here we are getting ready to go. Now I need to get something ready for the first trade of the day, which is the magic box. Get that set up. Okay. It's just an opening range breakout trade. Damn it, what's going on here? It's just an opening range breakout trade with a 30-second window. It's nothing magic. The reason it's called magic, euphemistically, the member here that trades it and that, you know, explained it to me in the stream is straight. His name here in the YouTube is Magic. So it's the magic box. I'm not very creative. Okay, got my coffee now. My mama got me a Vietnamese coffee. I'm all set to go now. Boy, when that kicks in, look out. Okay, so I think I have everything covered. These are 30-second candles because, frankly, that last price to me is, you know, it's like seismic data. It is just so noisy. And when I'm trying to do something like this magic box story, I can't see the price, so I use the candles. I actually think they might be more useful to me. Okay, so we've got to confirm we've got the right amount of the account, the right amount of contracts. That's a good thing to start with. And make sure that the copy's on, because that's going to piss me off if that doesn't work. Multi-account trading. Yep. Okay. Yep. Okay. All right. Now, well, we're just getting ready to open now. We got about 2.5 minutes. So I'm gonna widen out the timeline to 30-second candles, and that's something you can do pretty easy with Bookmap. See, there were 30 seconds, and I'm going to make them as wide as I can get them before they go down to 15. There's 15. There's 30. Okay, and there we go. Now all I have to do is wait for the open and drop in the order above and below, and wherever she got, let her rip. I hope it's a short, actually, because I'm assuming that we're gonna probably open lower. Typically in gap rules, we do, which we'll be opening in gap rules. So that's going to be interesting. I'm going to wash my eyes here, stand by. Get the GEX program fired up here, the GEX bot, but only after this first flurry is over with. And make sure I don't miscue. I need to focus now a little bit. This guy with the jackhammer's not helping that focus out much. I don't know what they're doing, but boy, it's been annoying. So we're going to open here in about 15 seconds. Everything should reset automatically. Well, they reset early. Isn't that cute? Okay. I have to change that, I guess. So there we are. Now, the way this works is we just put an order, a resting order above and below, a limit, and whichever one gets hit, that's which direction we're going. We wait for, put them around the 30-second bar. Not much action here so far, huh? Oh, that was quick. Got into that one pretty fast, didn't we? Okay. And now I need to close this one. Here's the stop, okay. And we're in gap rules, and I'm not real crazy about the fact that the high got taken in first, but it is what it is. Excuse me, it is what it is. I might trail up pretty close because that's, if I get up, we get any kind of profit going on, I might trail her up close because don't have a lot of confidence in this gap opening here. Unless we were to gap, we'd have to be gap and go, right? Which is not necessarily probably what might happen. But we just have to watch what will happen. I'm going to bring this stop up, I think, here. Rather than sitting here like a bird on a wire. Close my risk down a bit and not to entry yet or break even, but at least might take a small stop if I get hit. Now, this is a hard one for me to manage. I have not done any back testing on this strategy, so I really don't know what to think about it. I mean, other than do it. There we go. Okay, so we took four points stop there. And now I probably should have been below the POC. We'll see if we get to these targets. I've been mismanaging this thing a lot, frankly. There's another, he's got another rule too, that you just keep trading it for the first 30 minutes. So I should have had another entry right up here when this stop was hit. I should have taken another entry. And now we're going to go up to the targets, right? I suppose. This is not the time to be chasing it, though. That's not the idea. Excuse me. IRT crashed again. Son of a bitch. It is really annoying. And I'm not going to do anything about it because if I put in another entry here, it's going to do the same thing. Well, this could be one of those cases where I'm going to be regretful that I moved my stop. Because so far there's been no heat, right? And now it looks like we're going to get up to the target. I mean, to T1 anyway, I would guess. Maybe not. Hey, Anton, what's up? Good morning. We got news at the top of the hour, remember? The only two reports, and there's a Trump's going to do something at 1300, apparently. Pre-tape interview, I don't know. Oh, pre-taped interview. I guess they might have, maybe they didn't put the ED on there, I guess. I don't know. So maybe that means it's not a live one. I don't know. But anyway. IRT has just decided the minute I put a trade on it, crashes nowadays. So that's pretty fun. I got to work out the trade management on this box better. I'm over managing it, I guess. Or something, I don't know. Haven't explored the downside yet. That's kind of interesting. I don't have Gexbot up yet. I will in a minute. First, I got to restart IRT. You know we're gap up, right? In gap rules. I'm sure you do. I hesitate to try to start IRT again in case I do something there. Put another one down there as Magic says to do. We'll see what happens. They don't seem too anxious to be looking lower. Or I should say, as Magic says he does. Well, it's gap rules, so I am at the moment. Where are we going here? I typically look to close the gap. If we start moving, if we move towards the gap in the mornings, I think about that. That would be the direction I'd be looking now, just to close the gap. I don't really have a bias other than the gap story. And then there's we've got the news coming out at the top of the hour, the reports. So I'm thinking about that also. And I haven't even opened the GEXBot thing about the regime, if that's what you're talking about, the regime story. Typically, there's a high probability of closing the gap, and it's not that big of a gap. So, but they're doing a lot of turning around here. I can't look at the volume. God damn it. And you? What are you doing? I was long once, and then I trailed up tight here because I was spooked about it. And I didn't want to just sit there like a bird on a wire because of the gap situation. I guess in my mind I had closed the gap. Kind of. That's my go-to thinking, I guess. We are not. And, as per the original entry, I would be having no heat whatsoever yet. But what I didn't want to have happen was just have it blow back in my face for 24 ticks, or 6 points. That didn't make sense. So we'll see what happens now. And following with with Magic's idea that he trades it, for the first 30 minutes, and that's what I'll do. I've got a resting order down here now. And but nothing yet. I guess I could try to turn on GEXBot, see whether that's what that's doing while I'm busy. Okay. There's GEXBot so far. It's saying the net GEX is positive. Here's the price. Here's the zero. And I'm still zooming through. Do I have the right? Yeah, I do. I'm still zooming through, trying to find good content about the classic, trading it. Now I did find one year old video from that Freddy guy who seems to be putting out a lot of GEXBot videos, YouTube stuff. And he seems like, I'm sure he's a nice guy and a competent trader and all that. With my ears and stuff, I have a hard time understanding sometimes, with his accent kind of. But he has a video out that is, as I said, that's got to do with, well, there we go. So I got in that one now short. Okay. So now we'll short that. We'll see whether we get down and get any profit. I'll leave this stop where it is. Anyway, he because now all the new ones now, all the videos I saw, more recent videos I find are about the state one, which has got a bunch of features and stuff that this doesn't have. So I was hoping to find something that would deal with the classic. This is gonna piss me off if I get one ticked in on this short and then it goes back the other way. And that might entirely be the case. It might just be rotational, We'll see. Until the news coming out in 15 minutes. This is irritating. But I'm just going to watch it now and not move the stopper and do anything. They are not getting any headway to the bottom, though. That's not good. And there's a stop. So I've taken two. I guess you might want to focus on mean reversion. That sucks. That sucks. That's twice as many points as I got yesterday, and now I'm going behind instead of ahead. Well, that's disappointing. I'm not going to do it again, that's for sure. That's pretty amazing. I want to talk about to the tick. That's painful. What are we doing here? What are we doing? We just sweeps. There you go. That sucks. I'm disappointed about that. I'm also wondering why this thing's not pushing. Oh, I know why it's not pushing. IRT crashed. I forgot about that. Yeah, if you're happy with the one you got, what are you going to do? Don't switch. Well, this is annoying. One step ahead and two steps back. That's no fun. If you use Tanaki, I don't remember. Is it only on TradingView, or does it have its own thing, app or whatever? Now they're gonna go gap and go, I guess, or something. Boy, that sucks, man. Isn't that a bummer? Talk about to the tick. That's disappointing. And I might point out that, it's worth pointing out for sure. Had I not, where'd it go? Yes. Had I not moved my stop, I would still not have been taken out, and I would be still in this trade long. right here, because here was the original stop from this entry. I moved my stop up, not wanting to get a big hit. It didn't take, and it didn't make it hasn't made a profit targets yet either, but it hasn't taken this stop. So I completely defeated my purpose by trying to mitigate that stop. Had I left it alone, now who knows how it's going to work out, but it would still not be stopped out. The trade would still be running. I replayed yesterday in Gex. Okay. Shit. Over. Well, we're going to have the news at the top of the hour, so there's that. Let's see what's going on over. I got to get this thing organized. Why? Piece of crap. Okay, 8. There we go. Save all. I'm just trying to get IRT up to speed here. Stand by. It now crashes the second I enter a trade. The second an order fires, it crashes. So I'm dying to hear what Bill and Eddie have to say about that. But that's even more annoying. Excuse me. And okay, boom. Okay. Now let's get over. What was I gonna do? Something. That levels are building higher. Yeah, that's what this is doing too. Or Gexpot also. I think. Where was I? What was I doing? Something. Got a big level building up at 76.89 and following it up. It's moved up 3 levels here so far down. If you're looking at, oh yeah, you can see book map over here. What was I gonna do? Something. Oh, there's the levels. Okay, they're right. It's pushing. Well, that sucks. That sucks. Yeah, so here's Gexpot, and it's definitely building higher. Here's the flip. Here we're trading right at the flip, and massively more call or activity up here. This is a net difference from what I've been able to glean so far, and they rule out wash, basically what I would call a wash trade. You know, if the dealer, if you put in a buy or want to buy a call and I put in a sell of a call and the dealer matches those up, that doesn't get counted. What gets counted is when the dealer warehouses the inventory and has to go out and hedge. So that's pretty interesting. And these are open interest, and these are GEX. And so this is saying that there is a positive regime. This doesn't necessarily mean puts either, and nor does this mean calls. It means long or short. So I've been able to figure out. And zero net here is 76.95-ish or 96-ish over here. I'm not on the right. Yeah, I am. And then, yeah, there we go. Major positive is 77.16 and major negative is 76.66. And 4 minutes and change till the news. The big one. Maybe I'll do bookmap like this and just not have any price. Just guess. What a pain in the ass. Where am I now? What was I doing? Oh yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, these levels, this level at 89 started out over here and now it just keeps growing up. I mean, but you know, here we go through it now. So now I would have been stopped out. So I guess if you were quick and maybe like magic, perhaps, seems to be pretty fast. You could do you've been doing mean reversions around here for 10 handles. So there's 1, 2, 3. I'm not. Yeah, I have to understand exactly how this stuff, and there's all the information you ever want to know about how they calculate this stuff. So that's pretty good. And here's the price. Price is staying underneath the zero, so and these dots here, the theory behind these dots is they show you where it was 1 minute ago, 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, and I think 15 minutes ago. Yeah. So in other words, it's growing. And this one is, they're reducing this size up here. Where'd the open go? There it is. So here we have a gap open, or gap up. MC gap high open. 250826. I got so many of those freaking things around here I don't even know it anymore. Well, they traded into that, and those guys traded it out, and a little bit of them, some of them moved back down. Now they traded them out or lifted off, one of the two. I'd say they traded it out. It's 230 contracts absorbed. "15 seconds till whatever the news, whatever's going to happen here. Case Schiller and No, that was earlier this morning. This is consumer confidence and new home sales. Damn it. Now I should have gone short if I were minding Magic's rules. For the first 30 minutes, he trades that. After 2 stops, I don't think I'm going to do that. And twice now, one step ahead yesterday and exactly half of that, or double that back today. That's not a good way to grow anything. The only problem my only question about Gexa was, as we discussed a long time ago, the fact that there's absolutely no, pay them the money and there's no way to contact anybody or any kind of guarantee that anything's going to happen ever past tomorrow, and that they are, the only thing they really focus on in their documents is that there's no refunds. So as long as it keeps working, I guess it seems to be great. That was the only thing when I was going to sign up and try it that I noticed. But yeah, if it works, it works. If it's a tin can and two tin cans and a string works, use it. What the hell? That's what I think. Continue to try the magic box, but I'm going to have to figure out a way to code it and do a back test, because it's not, I don't want to just stand here like a fool. No comments from the peanut gallery about the fool part. Okay, I guess I got all that straightened out now. Well, I don't know what's up with that, but that is not good. It is a major problem. Sweeps to the bottom, sweeps to the top. Where's the gap? 76, 74-ish is the gap. 74.25 actually, to be exact. And we've got the IB low down here. We've got the previous high down here. That would close the outside day, obviously. And then the gap is down here at the close. Settlement's way down there. Previous POC is way down there. Don't see any big reaction about this news story, so let's U.S. Consumer Board consumer confidence is down a point and change. U.S. new home sales are down, I guess, a couple 100,000. Do these guys figure they're just going to, if they ignore them, they'll go away? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not on the right window. So there's a lot of crap coming out of the White House now, and a Fed guy is talking, and we've had these 2 reports out, and I don't know what, are they going to close the gap? They've now closed the outside day. I don't know whether that means anything or not. But there you go. Again, you know, this is not the initial balance, but it is. They're moving the low lower, getting some direction on it. Whoop. You get this thing wound down here to where it's 10 handles apart. It's not very helpful to me. That's about as tight as I can get it. I replied yesterday, Gex's shard levels are moving higher. Well, I guess they're going to keep heading down towards that gap close. Seems like their idea. I mean, at least they got the outside day shut up, tied off. Let me look at something here. You're not looking at Gex spot, right? Sure you're not. I'm gonna, if you're not looking at this thing, or interested in looking at it, I'm gonna pop over and see what's going on with, I'm gonna see what the probability on the gap closes are from Edgeful. That's one of their big reports, is a gap close. Well, we're right now trading through this put level, or this negative Gex, towards the major level. These little places along through here are not anywhere to trade, is what I was gathering from that fella's stuff. I'm going to jump over here real quickly to Edgeful if you're not looking at that. What's all of this? Trade with your data, not your emotions. Get started. Well, why aren't I started already? Okay. The gap fill is their first report that pops up. So let's get busy with MES in my time zone and leave it at 6 months and see what happens. How many of them are there? Well, it's about 50-50. 53-47, actually, looking back for 6 months. If you're looking at this, no, you're not. Here's the gap fill on the MES. This time zone, 6 months, 72 gaps, 38 filled, 34 non-filled. Gap up. Gap downs, 55 filled, 30... 55 gaps and 30 filled and 25 not filled. Well, that's helpful. Maybe not. Well, this is quite a big difference, though. Looking back a year, 150 gaps, ups, 91 of them filled and 59 did not. That's a significant probability. Well, I don't know. Okay, where the hell am I now? Well, they're pushing that towards the close, towards the gap close. Major support is 77. Well, yeah. I don't know about. What the hell is this? This thing is not doing anything right. I don't think these levels aren't right. This cannot be the low. Here's the low. Can't be down there. Well, 77-ish is, I don't know, major support maybe. It isn't over here anywhere. It's below value area low and above the close, so it is, you know, pretty close to gap close, but I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Now the MCVPOC is 77. Wait a minute, 76.69. So that's quite a ways below us. Previous RTH thingy here. Well, we just traded right up to the 7606. Which is the naked volume point of control. Yeah. Okay. Getting ready for the IB to set out. I don't know what to think about it or do or anything else. As major support in line. Okay. What's going on with Gexbot? The major negative gamma is here is 76.74. $76.79 is another one. And now this is fun. This is interesting because I don't know if you're looking at this or not, or care. But anyway, this is the negative gamma, right? There is no negative open interest down here. This is positive open interest. GEX by open interest. Boom. Boom. Okay, I'm gonna grab a tea now and then. Okay. Well, we're approaching IB time. And why this is not doing anything right, I don't know. But that's kind of disappointing. That's for sure. I gotta get this figured out or go buy a shovel and start digging ditches. It's crazy. Okay. Well, that looks right. Now, why are you not pushing properly over there? Those are all the right values. So let's see if it comes right here. There we go. Did okay. Okie dokie. The freaking Beverly Hillbillies here, you know, they enter a thing and everything crashes. Yeah. Well, we'll do the IB now. That will be, the IB is, in case you don't know, is the most likely probability to be reached in every trading open, any trading opening, statistical open. And what I mean by that is right here. Okay, here we are. IRT has conveniently highlighted the correct open type. You see that levels which have been revisited already are changed from black to blue text. That's cute, isn't it? But here's the IB. So there's a 97.8% probability that the IB high or low will be taken out at some point in the balance of the RTH session today. That's the most likely statistic in all four open types always. And what does that mean? That means that the IB, by definition, is nothing more complicated than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And here's the IB high from yesterday, and we just booped through there. And they're going to come down and close this gap, shares the freaking world. Anyway, so there, another gap close probability is likely to pan out. And I got too tight on the magic box theory, I guess, or yeah, I don't know what to say about it. But anyway, this is the statistic for the initial balance right there, meaning that there's a 2.2% probability that we will take neither one. And there is a 24.9% probability that we'll take them both. Wrong one. There you go. So there we have it. And that's going to set in 6 minutes. Yep. And here is from my first trade, T1, T2. No, second. I'm sorry. From this short here, which was stopped out here. I don't know what to think about that, frankly. So now the idea is, jumping back to thing over here, we've already closed the gap, so that's out of the picture. No, we haven't closed the gap. Sorry. We've closed the outside day. Excuse me. Let's look at the initial balance. So, what does this say the stats are? Well, 72% probability will take one side or the other. 24% will take both. Exactly what that said. And a 3.1% probability that we will take neither. And what we did, the math that we did over 1,800 trading days is 2.2, right? So it's This is just based on the amount of data you got. This is 188 times out of 258 days. 62 out of 258. No. 8 out of 258. Wow. Now this is just general. So let's look at the, am I on the right? Yeah, I am on the right window. What a miracle. Let's look at the day type. We've still got 4 minutes. So this is Tuesday. The stats change, you see? Watch this. 75%, 63%, 80%, 70, 76. So Tuesday is the least probability of a one-side break and the greatest probability of a double break in the last year on the MES in this thing. Now, let me see if there's anything else in the custom that I'm screwing up here. 5 minutes quick. Nope. Okay. So now moving on to the next one. In this case, the level that was formed first is clearly the high. Pretty obvious. There's the high. Here's the low. High was formed first. So there is a... Oh, wait a second. I've got to change these customized things. It's been so long since I looked at this thing. I haven't done this. These are ending zone stuff, okay? And this is Friday. We don't want to do that. We want to do Tuesday. What's the matter with you? Okay. Now that makes a little more sense. 80% probability on Tuesday under this circumstance that we're going to take the IB low first break. Well, that doesn't seem like a big surprise, does it? Okay. And we're going to be, that's the IB set right there, IB 30. So now the next question is, assuming that we do that, and we'll put in the other values of the closing, the IB range and the ending zone. But assuming that we do that, the next thing is going to be the retracements. And what are the customizations that I've got over here? IB any size, okay. 59% probability, low is a 67% probability we retrace to the 25, and 42 we get back to the 50. Now, the best way to check all of this stuff out, in my opinion, is to look here on their indicator. This is my, look at my little algo boy last night there, Anton, if you happen to be looking at this thing. Well, you're not looking at it because the wrong screen. Got long right here on the pullback, T1, T2. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm not doing anything at 2 o'clock in the morning, but it's busy over here, busy having fun. So we got a 20 point IB. The size is 0.26%, and we haven't closed the IB yet. What will happen is, if there's the highest put in first, the ending zone is the location of the closing price of the last candle in the IB, which is going to be this one right here. And that's going to be 0 to 25%. You go opposite the first level formed. So there's no problem that that's going to be what that is. And it's 0.28. So I can jump back. Oops. I can jump back over here and put in these custom things. Customize. So it's going to be this one for sure, and it's going to be this one for sure. And there we go. So now the probability is 100%, looking back a year, that we're going to take the IB low first, and we have just done so. So now the retrace is not. Oh, Jesus Christ! Did you see that sweep? What the hell was that? Oh, wow! Wow! Not only did they close the gap, they swept it all the way down to almost the overnight low. What the hell happened there? Was that somebody talking about something or what? And still at it. I hope you're seeing this stuff. Woof. That would have hurt. Or felt good, depending on what you were doing. If you're trying to front run that the overnight low, that IB low, and you got short somewhere around here, wow, congratulations. I don't know what to say about that one. Oh, Jesus, 58-second lag on IRT. Ugh. I'm going to make a copy of that to show these guys. Okay, oh, and it crashed. No, did it? No. Something happened. 81. Oh, Jesus. I found out. Yeah, Dad's got to do stuff. Well, I don't know what to tell you here. That sweep, I guess those were stops from overnight or something. Wow. And no movement at all in the POCs, or is that just me? What did that look like on Gexbot? Oh, they took it right down to the to that major level, not the major level, but the this big one here, and turned it right around. I don't know what. I have no idea what that means. But boy, there's a lot of selling going on, I guess. Here's price. What, Panda? Wow. How would I know to do that? I don't know. Are we gonna trade back down? I think the logic is that we're not. We're gonna trade back up towards the negative, and then they would sell. Is that the idea? So, is this a short on the IB, or, you know, I don't know. Wait a minute. I know one thing I've got to do. That's change everything over here. I didn't do that yet. 420, 220. So I don't know whether to be looking for support here now that they've closed the gap, or get short. I don't know what to think. Actually. uh, what the hell do you make of all that? What do you make of all that sweep stuff that happened? All of this. Jesus. That's some dramatic stuff there. I hope you were short, because boy, oh boy, are you a happy camper now. No movement whatsoever in the POCs unless I'm seeing things. I don't think so. So what did that do? They just swept that POC and now they're buying them back up. Same action on the NQ here, basically. Is everything okay? I don't even know that. Make sure all this junk is all right. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Wow. What to say? Yeah, a few. Let's see, 1106, 1262, 1212. Yeah, I guess somebody did something. That's for sure. My question is now, what the hell do you think? They've closed the gap. They've gotten down past settlement. The previous POC, previous every other damn thing. Now what? Now what? I don't know. Just stick with the dynamic, I guess, is that we'll look for the 25% pullback, and I'm sort of tired of taking stops here, though. That's kind of disappointing. Welcome here to whoever is here. Drop something in the chat. Say who you are, where you're from. If you don't want to do that, just, throw your bank account in there and we'll just, Anton and I will just get busy. This is risk neutral trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I trade only live, real market, never replay, or obviously if you're watching this stream tomorrow, it's a replay, right? It's a, what do you call it? A recording. But so far I've taken 2 trades, the magic box trades right there and there, both stopped, which is pretty disappointing. And we were just commenting on what the hell happened here after the IB set with this humongous sweep. I don't even know how low that goes, to be honest with you. Oh, Christ, on a crutch. Look at there. That comes all the way down to here. Wow. Developing value area low, yeah. Clear past value area low. They swept the whole thing. My goodness. How freaking far is that? 79 to, well, it's only 20 handles, but it sure, well, only, but 20 handles. Wow. Imagine having deep enough pockets that you just throw out an order and you can sweep out 20 handles worth of however many. See, so there's 2, 4, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 4.5, 5,000, say 6,000 contracts. These are mini micros, of course. Oh, by the way, did you see? I think it was yesterday. The nanos came out. So it's like 20 cents or something like that, or 12 cents a contract or some unbelievable shit. They're going to try to milk kids out of their lunch money, I guess. I didn't see it on anything official, but I saw something on somebody talking about it on this thing. What do you call it? Oh, that is crazy. Yeah. Jesus, you get your stop down there a long way, my brother. Wow. That's way more pain than I can financially take. But good for you. That's fantastic. And pretty quick, Magic ought to jump on here in a minute and say, "Oh yeah, I got short at the high." He's got the right technique. I'm not sure what it is, but I need to get a hold of it quick or something. Well, we pulled almost back to the high, to the 25. We got to this bar trade here, I guess you could call it, this little breakout or whatever, this consolidation. I mean, I don't think that you can even term this remotely any part of a bar trade with this big sweep, but it did come right back up here again, and then now they're trading lower. Almost 10 handles. And I wouldn't know what to do here. I mean, this is shorting the hole, I guess, isn't it? But they're liable to keep going. I don't know. Yeah, that is way crazy. Back to the close again. There's the gap close. I don't know. I guess I should have just, instead of waiting for the 25%, I should have just hit it up here someplace. You know, woulda, shoulda, coulda. Now I'm going to be standing here mad at myself for I guess not managing that right. Oh, watch that Charts Fanatic stream from last weekend with Gexbot guy. Wait a minute here. Chart Fanatic. Charts Fanatics. I've never done that. And with Gexbot guy, is that? Okay, is that one of these guys that we know about? Okay, I'll do that anyway. Yeah. Got to get Tam up at 10, or she leaves me little notes on my keyboard at night. Actually, it happens so often. We just leave the notes already made out, and she picks the one she wants and puts it on my keyboard. Well, damn, man. Here we are back at the close again, slopping around. I don't know what to do. I'm disappointed. I was pretty pleased yesterday, and not so much today. Trap traders, sweeps, and explanation on what can cause sweeps and trap traders. I think sweeps are just liquidity grabs. Isn't that what it is? I mean, that's what I think. So whoever swept all of this got long. And they're getting long figuring it's going up, I guess. Or you could say, wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. Sure does, yeah. Yeah, these are all buys. You know, this is all somebody buying down here. Or they're covering their shorts. So they got short on the gap and then they covered them down here, I guess. I don't know. Isn't that right? And here we are bobbing around the world famous IB low. But this sweep was crazy. Yeah, no question about it. 20 handles and, 6,000, 7,000 contracts if you just add them up by these values here. There's 2,624 contracts right there, for Christ's sake. 1,714, 1,272. I mean, that's a lot. And here's 2,600 or 2,543, 20-something 143. 6,000 or 7,000 contracts. And I would have no idea which way to jump now. I was waiting for the 25, which is the correct thing to do, I believe. Let's check. Well, there's a 50, I guess not. There's a 59 or there's a 67% probability if we take the low, we're going to retrace to the 25. So what's that mean? It means there's a 33%, 34% probability we're not going to make it up here. So I guess interpolating this here somewhere in the middle would have been a valid idea. And that, and which of course works amazingly well in hindsight in that rearview mirror. The problem that I have with doing that, and I guess the thing that always comes into my mind is hold on a minute. How many minutes ago was that sweep? What is this? 15, 20 minutes. Okay. Order entry, right? I use fixed orders and brackets, and so if I enter here ish, that my stop is going to be relatively lower than if I'm up at 25. So if I'm at 25, my stop's going to be up above these VWAPs, and so that's something that screws me up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say or do here. We've been past settlement all the way to value area low. I got no clue. I don't know. That's what Gexbot has to say. What do you got to say for yourself over here, Mr. Gexbot? Well, the zero guy has gotten between the two of them now, and price is still below the big one, he said. Not the real major negative, but, you know, price is down here heading towards this. If you're looking at, yeah, there you go. And we have trading view up. Look at that. Look at that. That's pretty crazy. Where are we here? Some fund good. Yeah, the dynamics are pretty confusing. And here we go back up over the IB again now. IB, thank you so much. IRT, I'm so pleased. Well, here's price. There's the zero, or the, yeah, zero gamma. This is open interest. And this is, and now you see this negative gamma is reducing. That's what these dots are all about. And it jump right back up again, of course. And there's the major one. This is diddling in the middle, I think, isn't it? The same as our POCs on the volume, I think so. This is Gexbot for any of you new lurkers here. Drop something in the chat so we're not just talking to ourselves all the time. The sweep was crazy. Some of the funds bought. Let's see. Funds could buy $1 billion worth of puts. If you buy a put, you're betting the market's going down. MM had to short. ES. Yeah, has to close his shorts by buying them. I guess, yeah. So what do I do now? That's the question. Here we are at the IB again. Short it? I'm sort of spooked to do anything at this point. A dramatic move like that I don't know no understanding about, I don't know what to do. And I'm not in the mood for any more stops necessarily. These, I know one thing that I was gleaned so far is these are not puts and calls necessarily. These are positive. These can be sold. I mean, these can be bought puts. And these can be sold calls, if I understand that stuff right. I wish it was somebody but from the company besides that Freddie guy. I don't think he's connected with him. I can't really find, like Jazz. His name's Jasper, the guy that started this, and in the Discord and whatnot, he goes by Jazz, Jass. Yeah, I'd like to get a real definition about it. And when I look at the documents for Classic, it's not that. Well, let's see here. What are we doing? Let's look at this docs, okay? Here is the Classic description of it. In case anybody cares. Gex by volume is used to calculate zero gamma, major and minor, max change strike. We run 3 versions, full reflex, which is, I didn't even look at what I have that on. Am I got that on 0 day? That might be something to look at. But you see, this doesn't exactly say what the bars are representing. I know that the muted ones are open interest, and the bigger ones are the Gex. But maybe I'm just, I don't know, stupid, old and stupid. Oh yes, I've got it on the wrong thing. It needs to be on latest. This is 0 DTE now. And this is the next one after that. This was the full set, the full chain, and this is a yes, so I didn't do that right. This is the Gex volume, Gex by volume, and these muted ones are Gex by open interest. And so you see this has got a negative Gex by volume, but its open interest is positive still. Anybody that's just lurking about here, this is called Gex Spot, as you see it up there. We've been trying to determine a good program for doing the gamma exposure stuff. We've looked at Tanuki. Anton has looked at Tanuki, Gex A. I looked at some cheesy other thing free once upon to start with. And then Mentor Q, and this one is Gexbot. So far, I've found that the Gexbot is the most reasonably priced. This Classic is $50 a month, and it has there's no extra charges for live data or futures or any of that other stuff. And at the moment, there's a 50% discount if you want to try it out for a month. So for $25, I didn't see that. Let's try. And Anton is leaning towards Gex A. I believe he likes that one. So we'll see where we end up. Anybody else got any good ideas or how to do this or the secret sauce? Let us know. All ears here, over. All ears. Obviously, there is upsizes from Classic. There's the State, which is the more current, I guess it's the one they're trying to push the most. This is $50. State is $150 a month. It still has the $50 or the 50% first month thing, but you know, I wanted to do something that if it worked, I would stick with it at the moment. So that's where we are. Now you know everything I do. This is IRT, my old charting package, and my basic one, and Bookmap. So now you know all there is to know. Thanks for dropping by. Like, subscribe, you know, send money, all that stuff. All those things. What's going on with a word for anybody that is new in here? In IRT, where I develop backtest and forward test strategies, this is working here, and it's pushing to this chart, which has nothing to do with the system, but it is a visualization of what would happen. These are the breakouts. If there was a trade, it would show that. And anything that's done over here trade-wise is in the simulated environment of IRT. I'm not going to obviously push out to a funded account or a brokerage account, you know, when it's just a test. And so that's important to know. In Bookmap, I only trade live. I only trade live on stream. I don't take any trades off of the stream, and all trades I take are live. No replays or rearview mirror crap, or oh, look at my trading view, I did this and how much money I made. So that's what happens over here. Now you see these levels. These are the IBEF levels, which represent this system or this strategy. You see these levels right here? There they are. And those are pushing to Bookmap so that in the live market, I can take the trades. Oh, here's an IB. Here's the VPOC migration lower. I feel like just shorten the damn thing and the hell with it. So that I can take the trades live that are being signaled on the other side. I hope that's clear. There was a VPOC migration. I should have shorted the damn thing. I'd already be, you know. No, I wouldn't be T1, but I'd be there. Close. I just can't bring myself to do that. I don't know why. I like Peter's idea. Ooh, 10:04. Okay, so that's about how well those VPOC migrations usually work for me right there. From all the videos I watch about GeckSpot, they're saying the majority of GeckSpot subscribers are using Classic. What I've watched is the ones that are trading futures seem to be. And there, as I told you, I found one video from that Freddy guy. He calls it Gex Trader or something like that. That's his channel, I think. And at one point, I think it was the one where the Jasper, who's the owner, founder, whatever of GeckSpot, the webinar he did for FT71, his crowd, was about trading futures. Now, he started out with the Classic and then moved on to, obviously, he's trying to push the state, which has got more bells and whistles. And this Freddy guy has also, in some of his videos, moved on to the state. But I did find a 1-year-old one where he's just trading futures with it, or talking about trading futures with it. So, yeah. And I mean, obviously, the kid wants to sell. Young man wants to sell $150 a month subscriptions rather than 50. Yeah, you know, that's not rocket science. But yeah, I just want to be real clear in my mind. Now, one of the things I did take away from what little I, listened to Freddie's thing before I was snoring and slobbering was that this is not where you want to interact at all. You want to interact to the reactions off the majors. So, patience, grasshopper, And then at these levels is where we get all that stuff that we've all read about, where it gets down there and then they've got to bring the thing back up because they're, except, as I understand it, once we're negative gamma regime, then the further it gets towards this one, the more they've got to sell to hedge. So, and I do like the fact that this is, and one of the things that he brings up, not so much the owner guy, I haven't heard him say about it, but don't think about dealers and whoever it is. It's just, these are just positions. It doesn't matter if it's a dealer or a trader. It's just the position and the stuff. Now, I haven't thought through that all, but yeah. And I wish there was a more. If you've noticed, the name of the company is not GeckSpot. It's NFA LLC, not for financial advice. That was pretty clever. That's actually the name of the company. Not for financial advice, LLC. And the owner, this Jasper guy, who's the main wizard, and then John is apparently the coder fellow. He trades options, apparently. That Jasper sounds like he smokes too much weed to me sometimes. He's kind of, I'm sure he knows a lot. He's a master's in computer science, and he's the one that developed all of this, but I kind of chuckled to myself a few times when he was answering. I suppose it's the way he thinks about an answer before he says it, but he's kind of sounded like Cheech and Chong there once in a while. And there's another resource to do with this thing that I have just barely scratched the surface of, which is there is a subscriber Discord thing, and I haven't even looked at it other than to join it or whatever, because I want to go. I'm trying to find some resources about how to actually use the tool for what we're doing, obviously. So Ooh, look at how these are going away. So there's 10 minutes, there's 15 minutes, there's 5 minutes, there's 1 minute. They're just pulling this side back. And there's a real good reason why not to have gone short at the VPOC migration. When I'm on the wrong freaking window. Sorry about that, Jesus. I'm busy talking and waving around my mouse, and the problem I have here is I don't look left often enough to make sure I'm on the right thing. Anyway, sorry. I thought about having I don't think I can, because these are two 32-inch 4K monitors, and I don't think I could get not one. If you have one curved one, you can have one display, but I don't think OBS allows you to incorporate two monitors in a screen. Then I wouldn't have the issue. The old guy's on the wrong screen again. Not that it's funny, but I will say this about getting older. It's not a pretty picture, but it beats the alternative. That's for sure. So this one, for example, as I was saying earlier, that's the GEX volume. This is the GEX by open interest volume. So at this level, the open interest is still positive. Long. Tuesday right now, okay. I was kind of hopeful that one of the reasons I did go to that FT71 one deal was because I know they just trade option futures, right? So I was thinking, oh great, this ought to be, and he'll ask poignant questions like he did, so what's your background? How are you qualified to do this? To build this thing and stuff like that. He's a little caustic sometimes, but then he gets to the point, so. Or at least the last time I ever listened to him, he did, which was years ago. But I did find the one that they had for the convergent trading. And that was with the Jasper guy who's the owner, or the builder, or the developer, or whatever you call it. Andy, or what is his name, the Freddie, the Colombian guy, was talking about the importance of what he feels to be the importance of the side panel, and especially these max GEX levels. These I can understand. Obviously, this is pretty important. And then this is real important up here. Well, they seem to be, they brought it down here, and that big, look at this thing. There's the sweep. There's the wick all the way down exactly to that major level. And it was major a long time before that happened. And then straight back up they went. No, I'm not. Am I now? No. Maybe your thing's frozen or something, because it's my stream up above has got GEXBot, and so does OBS. So I can't have the preview enabled on OBS because of the settings that I've got now to streamline everything. It starts dropping frames real bad. But that's why I have the stream replicating on the upper machine on one of the upper monitors, so I can keep track. And plus, it's easier for me to read the chat from you guys when I just can look up at that monitor rather than over to my left desk there and see the OBS. Anyway, yeah, so now we're testing right back up to the 0, and we just bing bang bing bang bing bang bing, and there's that sweep. That's all. Wick straight down to that which was in there for all this time. Now, if you were a really clever Trevor and had your rearview mirror all polished up, you had a resting order laying down here someplace, I still can't believe you didn't get stopped out. That's really fantastic. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, but thanks for pointing it out. Well, his name is Freddie. He was just some information that I picked up from him, so that you might tie the two together. He was a institutional market maker in Europe for like 20 years or something, supposedly, and moved back to Colombia. Is apparently quite active in the Gex bot Discord thing, and obviously trying to get his own channel built up, which is like everybody else, right? But he calls himself Freddy, so I'm assuming that's his name. Being Federico, I suppose. I mean, seems like a great guy, and I'm not saying anything negative about him or anything else, except for my ears. It's hard for me to understand sometimes when I'm especially when I'm listening on my phone going to bed or whatever with the earplugs in, rather than watching what's going on this, standing here at the desk. And he did a long 3-part interview with Jasper, the developer guy or the owner, about GexBot. That's some floating around there too. Yeah. That's floating around there too. And then now you see he's got the charts people. So he's marketing himself. Good for him. But he did quite a lengthy, but the focus of that was they did a bit on the classic, and then, how great these new tools for state are. And then they spent a lot of time doing that. Let me be right back and make sure Tam's out of bed. Well, there we go. Above state and above the flip and heidi ho. Hi ho silver. Now here we are coming up to the 25. So if I was a diligent little camper, I'd short this mess with my, what do I have gexed up here? Let me just check. I don't want to, I'm kind of, oof. I'm a little gun shy about that. Let's make it the 220. So here we are at the 25. We've got the VWAPs above us and POC below us and mid. And the excuse me, and VPOC is migrated outside the IB. Those are all things that typically would be important. Now, if you want to look at this GEX story, this would not be a place to put on a trade if you want to listen to that Freddy guy. Because this is, you should wait till we get up here for the reaction. This is diddling in the middle and down here. And had I shorted, I'd be now in the money. Back to the IB, which is the target originally for that short. Damn it. I'm caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. Now I've got two different things to think about. And do I stick with these things and forget about the GEX story, or, I don't know. Yes, that, I don't know whether that fellow, Freddy, is, I think he's just a self-appointed spokesman, kind of, because he just puts out a lot of content. I don't think he's really hooked up with them. I think it's only John and Jasper. And I'm sure they've got other developers or whatever, but that's the way I got the story. That's the way I got the story from listening to the a couple of them. So I don't know. I thought I was going to be clever and get everybody a good discount. So I signed up for the thing, which I've never done before, where whatever, or here, use my discount code, whatever it is. But the discount's 50%. So for the first month or something. Well, that's on the website. So big deal, big whoop, right? Or maybe I didn't read through it enough, continue on with it enough to find out all about it. But yeah, it didn't amount to a hill of beans, so I just dropped it. Yeah, so that was the 25% down to the IB. That was very definitely, but it's only 6 points. Not only 6 points, but 6 points. These ticks are points. That's points. I'm really disappointed. Points, yeah, that sucked. Boy, 22 points in the hole. Boo. Granted, that's because of the volume. A few singles higher. Oh, I haven't even looked at IRT. Whatchamdinkus over here. Let's have a look and see if Anton's spotting those singles. Yeah, we got him at 87s. And we got one at the 75s below us. Is that right? Come on. Come on. IRT. Gosh darn. Gull dam, that's what my stepdad used to do. This doesn't. This is a single for sure. Right there, below it. Value area low, value area high, IB, MCV, or this is current price. Yeah. Doesn't look like it's doing much like it's supposed to, but. Why isn't that working? POC's moving up, and so is price. There's 13 TPOs above us and 14 below us at 82s, the POC. Well, no trades taken over here yet, but we've got a whole buttload of breakouts, which is right. Now, the way I have this coded is here's the pullback to the 25 and down. But when I have these short, I'm looking at 50. We'll see if I'm lying or not, but I think that's the way I did it. And long is 25s. Now, what's happening over here? This is the wrong one. This is the Globex one where it pulls back long T1, T2 last night. Meaningless. I mean, it's just fun, right? I thought I had one for the thing here. Yeah, this is the oh, here we go. Okay, here's the one for RTH session. This is just a breakout, not a retrace. I think I can set that up that way. I don't remember. It's been so long as I goof at these. I don't remember what to do here. IB breakout, IB retracement. Okay, there we go. There we are. So here's the retracement to the 25. There's the short, short 2. Oh, and we're getting past both of those pushing up towards the towards the 50s here. Okay, what's Gex Boy up to? I think so. I'm pleased with it. I just have to learn how to interpret it and stop, being like a goddamn butterfly in a field of flowers, zooming around to, oh, let's look at this and IB that and something else over here. I think I need to focus in and just stick to one thing. I got the magic box. I played it exactly how I should have, basically, and I took 2 stops. Okay, that's the game. That's the cost of doing business. But like now, with the IB and the this and the that, the 25%, all those things, I got to figure out how to tie that stuff together so that I have because me, I need a structured, basically methodical or systematic approach that makes sense to me. And I'm sick and freaking tired of dealing with IRT falling over, and how every time I enter a trade, the whole thing just crashes instantly. And it isn't like a blink of an eye. It is nanoseconds, gone bush, the whole thing. Poof. I gotta try to find the error log, and because I'm sure they're gonna want to see what the error log is, figure out that where I find that. And another thing that I liked about it, that I feel like I like about it, is that it's, there's no extra, they're not trying to back pimp you. Like, I was so disappointed with Mentor Q where you want live futures, not delayed 30 minutes? Well, that's an extra $70 a month. Like, what are you, nuts? That whole thing would end up being $200 a month. This is 50, all in. Yeah, well, I would hope so. If you look at this story now, who the hell would know they're going to sweep that? And what I think Freddie would say was, well, the way you would want to play these is you'd be looking for a reaction off of this level long. And sure as hell you got that, but that sweep, I don't know who's fast enough to do that. Not me. And we've got a series of, what do we got going on now? Well, we have higher highs and higher lows. So, yeah. And this is the previous RTH high? No. Is it? I mean, that's what this line is supposed to be indicating, but yeah, maybe. Too high, too low. I used to like that one when he's and oh, now look at this shit. Here we go the other way. So, I'm sorry. Look at this stuff. Oh, you can't. Well, they swept it the other way. Wow. Not any volume behind there, though. Not like the last time. Look at down here. Just nothing behind it. But boy, that was the V reversal, I guess. I'm sure Rod and everybody got on that one. Like a stink on. Whatever. Now that's, you see, this is the something about the volume profile. You couldn't see there were any singles over here if your life depended on it, or I couldn't. Market profile is somewhere. Let's just look. Yeah, it was over here, wasn't it? Like here, I think. So they swept up. They still got one up here above them. But, yeah. I couldn't see. Here we go. Here's another one. Of course, IRT is lagging so far behind. It's, it's yesterday afternoon over there. Over in IRTville. Man, it's frustrating. I hope it's something on my side, frankly. Yeah, they got one more single up here. That's correct. There's one more single at 92 up here. They cleared up 3 of them. I hope it's something with my computer so that I can just fix it and then everything will be fine, because I am really over this shit. It's just functionally useless as far as I'm concerned. I'm only using it to push these levels into session prices is really all I count on it for. How dumb is that? So, a little sweep, a big sweep, the full session VPOC dropped. Now we've got square dance happening. Now they're gonna dance together over here, and we got the VWAPs are on either side of them. What's happening with Gex World over here? This is fun. I may change these colors. That's a little bit bright. There's a psychological thing that happens to people with red. I don't know if you've heard that or not, but that's why I don't have red stuff on except for the mid on Bookmap or IRT. I might change these colors to match that. $76.80 is where the volume is. Yeah, 86 is where I have it. Right here. I mean, developing value area high, the Globex VWAP, the something else, the mid, overnight VWAP, and all kinds of crap WAP and everything going on. 25% of the IB. I wouldn't enter here, or put an order out here if anybody said so, with all this nonsense going on. Unless I had a, you know, put your stop up above the POC somewhere, which just doesn't make any sense. I'm, you know, pretty disappointed. I got 22 handles stopped over here. Getting a little too carried away with my trading, I guess. $80.75. That's down here. That's where the POC used to be. Let's try something. I'm going to try resetting this thing and see if you notice any changes in this. Oh, you don't, never mind. You don't trade this stream on your phone. Never mind. I'm going to see something here. No. I noticed that these reset about 15 seconds early today. I might change that to try to, I don't know. I have IRT, I have rhythmic resetting the system clock every 2 minutes or something like that. I can't believe that it's, I would think, you know, rhythmic clock is the trading thing as far as I'm concerned, so. Right, yeah, right now all the POCs and the VWAPs are at 86. Over here. Oh, wait a second. I know what you're doing. Yeah, in the ES, it's still down here at the 80.5. You're right. You are right. I forget about that. Sorry. Wow, did you see that big liquidity? Why, I didn't look at that. Hold on. Look at this big liquidity that they came zooming up and grabbed with that sweep at 90. Wow. And that was in the market since 9:55. And they swept right up there and grabbed it. Twice. Wow, that's interesting. That doesn't exist on that's not on the micros. And the micros have already shifted up to here, so. And now we're selling down. Ranging after the sweep, right around the support level that I put it out earlier today. It's ranging after the sweep, 86. Yeah, and that's the previous high. Yep, exactly. Very good. Hey, Panda. Hey, what's up? Gexbot doesn't have talk about regimes, you know. I mean, they, or at least identify it. I believe the technique is the net gex. So it's, if we're at net plus 30, 29, whatever it is, change in real time here, that means it's positive regime. I think, and or above the underlying trading above the zero. And that's stuff I'm going to just maybe put together a, you know, a list of questions and send it to actual support. Yeah, I'm disappointed to be down, but I am. I mean, that's the cost of doing business, I guess, and I'm not going to get revengeful or let Monkey Boy have his way with things here. Monkey Boy being my euphemism for all things psychological, based on the fact that most of it is, inherited, fear of missing out and risk aversion and all those things. And it doesn't help us as traders, that's for sure. So I also don't believe you're ever going to get over all those emotions. So my approach is to try to be vigilant about awareness of what, if I'm starting to feel FOMO or revenge or, anxiety about taking two stops, then I know to put Monkey Boy out in the backyard and relax. Ivy low again. We came off the 25. So far that's hit twice, but it would have, no, it wouldn't have. It might have stopped right here. Depending on the, what do we got? 90, 85, 5 handles. Yeah, it would have stopped. Hi, Panda. What can I do for you? Well, for you having a damn spot. What happened? What happened? Besides, Panda needed a chin scratching. Well, Well, it's going to be kind of disappointing if this is if this is what happens today, and it's very likely that it is. We've still got a couple of signals above us. Yeah, yeah. From the 7690. Well, back up we go. Okay, IRT is not keeping up over here. Big low volume zone node there. At the well, are they going to go up and tag out that last single? I have no idea. There's one more living up there at 2, it looks like. 92. It will be interesting, assuming this continues here, that I continue with all of this too. I think I've told you about it. There's an integration with Gexbot and Bookmap that looks pretty comprehensive. It's got the the Gex ladder and a bunch of stuff down here at the bottom, and a table with all of the right hand things, and it plots over the top price and those things. Not that this isn't fine right here, but Gonna get to 90, or where are they going? What am I doing? What the hell am I even looking for? There we go. Book or IRT, I mean. So we got a price up here at whatever it is. Where those signals will be cleaned up. One more single. And I guess they're going to hit it. IRT's lagging so bad I can't tell. Jesus. Some of these should have done something by now. Oh yeah, here we go. So this is how it looks when a trade is entered from the system in the simulated environment and plotted over here on the chart. Here's a short from 50. T1 was taken. Now that means that you see the yellow line here. When T1 is achieved, it scrolls or it trails up to break even. So there you have it. And that was right here. Right? Let me check. Oh no, that's the 50. Oh, that's crap. Now that's ridiculous, because that's a trade there's no freaking way I would have ever been able to pick, because it entered on the sweep. That's how that's what, got to be careful with algorithms. This entered on that sweep to the 50% line or pullback, retracement, whatever. And it's doing just Jim Dandy down here, but in reality, there's no way I'm quick enough to grab that. Yeah, the resting order there, sure. A limit order resting up there, that would have been, yeah. Got some liquidity at 90. I think Anton was talking about that, maybe. Maybe not. That's the single, I believe. I don't really see that here. Don't see it in the delta, and I don't see it in the volume profile. That's irritating. Of course, it should be right there. Coming up to the 92, so I guess that single is, this is basically the single right here. So what's happening? Let's go Gexbot. Ooh baby. Ooh baby you. Well, we're approaching our 95 level. Got one more fairly substantial, wow, look at that. Fairly substantial amount of volume here. And this is the major level in the 0 GAX, or the max GAX, max positive. They took out whatever they were looking for there that was resting. They got 183 absorption at 90s. You can set this different. I don't like the looks of this. Show bid, show ask, show VWAP, delta. Well, if I set this to delta, it's just going to look like this. There we go. We're going to get to that last single up there. Go figure. Why? Don't forget that that's the open, right? That's the gap high. And that was the POC on the opening. Open over here. Now this is where Freddie Fender would say to look for the reaction here and have a, this would be his version of a short, which mean reversion back down to here. Oh, they pulled him way back. Yeah. There's one more single right there. I think. No, they already covered it, I guess. Doesn't make any sense. Man. So that should be closed out because it pulled back to the trailed stop. And it is. This number down here is not right, not correct, because this old indicator that was put in here into IRT by Chad Payne long ago only deals with one target at a time. It can't sum the targets. Here is 79, 90. There's 11 handles there. And this, but it's only showing 0 because it came back to the break even. So it's doesn't know to pay attention to this. And I don't even bother sending them an email about it or support ticket. It's like, well, I know what it is, so who cares? And it's just for visualization anyway, for me to see that stuff is happening when and where I think it should. In this case, this isn't a valid trade because, yes, it did exactly what it was supposed to do algorithmically, but trading it manually, tell me you're good enough, fast enough to catch it, to hit a short right there on that spike. I'm not. So now over here, okay, if you want to, how many times can you go back to the well? I don't know. But we hit the 50 there. Now, are we going to sell down? This day is weird to me. I don't know. I tried my magic box trades twice, and I'm down 22 handles, and that's gonna, I'm gonna be real cautious because I don't like that. And we didn't get up to we got right to there. We didn't take it any higher to the main one. It ain't over yet, but you get the point. So how's everybody else doing here? Better than me, I'm sure. I hope. I'm hoping. The puts are this negative gamma is increasing down here. That's what these dots are all about. Here's where we were a minute ago. Here's where we were 15 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, and 5 minutes ago. And here's increasing. So there's a lot of the same way over here, they're decreasing. And bingo bango, up we go. Bounce off the POCs and the mids, or the VWAPs, and everybody. Man, price really just came to a screeching halt, didn't it? Or is it just me? 80% volume. 5-point ATR on a 5-minute bar. 5.25. So there's some volatility here, that's for sure. And that's a good quick way to get snapped out. This is 25 handles, right? 26 actually. So depending on what you got your stops at, there you go. Could be this is a risk management kind of day. Oh, you know what I haven't looked at in a long time? What's going on in Toontown? Anthropic is expected to tell investors it sees over 30 trillion in potential revenue. Well, yeah, I think I'm going to make 40 trillion. What the hell? You know, where's the beef, to quote an old saying. I guess just go pull a number out of your butt and there you are. Huh. Wow, crazy. That's reason. That's good news. Am I on the right? Yeah, that's pretty good news right there. This Canada thing with the tariffs and stuff, I really don't understand. And 1300, we've got the pre-tape interview. I think they missed a D there. It's supposed to say pre-taped interview. I would imagine. At 1300. Well, there goes the price of houses. Lumber and furniture and pulp and paper. Steel, dairy, and appliances. Well, that's going to work out good for the American people. Let's build some more stuff. What do you think? Let's build another Arc de Triomphe. My. Well, so here it is. Now here's what I was talking about with why we look at ground news. These are two Trump things from Truth Social. Of course, we now run the company from a private social media thing. All of the mines have been removed and detonated from the Straits of Hormuz. Iran's been notified that any ship placing new mines will be immediately and systematically destroyed. Oman and Iran include the establishment of a joint temporary shipping lane through the Straits of Hormuz and an agreement to implement a joint project to clear the Strait of mines. So, there you are, kind of like about 6 months ago, or a year ago, when the Iranian nuclear facilities capability have been completely decimated. But then we attacked 5 months ago because of their nuclear facilities. Here, the Strait of Hormuz has been completely demined. Up here, there's going to be a joint framework to undertake that. I don't know who's right. I don't know who's telling the truth. It's pretty strange. I will say my personal, and this is probably not a good thing to say. Never mind. And then in the meantime, let's screw with Canada. Jesus. Pretty strange to me. I don't know what to think. The concept that everything is done with his tweets just blows my mind to start with. And I don't think there's anybody that will agree that all the mines are cleared from the Straits of Hormuz, if I remember correctly, even our own military. So I'm not sure how that happened and when. But anyway, we'll see, I guess. We will see. I think it's important to remember here that 6 months ago, there was no war. There was no problem in the Straits of Hormuz, no shortage of oil, no shortage of fertilizer, helium, dead soldiers, huge insurance, premium updates on shipping. None of that didn't exist. I think people forget that. And I want to be sure I never do. Well, I guess it's 11:30, damn near. I don't know what to say about this. I'm not going to just keep throwing trades at it, that's for damn sure. If we trade up here and it reacts off this level, that's the place that Einstein, Freddy Boy says to go short, which could be about 10 handles back to the zero or more. Not a lot of range. Those guys, something else, Anton, if you're around, I don't know. One of the things that I've noticed with Freddie and, or at least the videos, they're all watching the NQ or the MNQ. And Magic trades the NQ also. I don't think I put Blue Boy on. I was so excited to get the losing trades out there. I don't think I got Blue Boy on the job. All right, buddy. This is just a personal thing. I know that this is the current inside market right here, right now. If I put this blue indicator, this blue is just a vertical line, on the first print of every session, there's no question in my mind that I have a firm understanding of what the context is so far. Now look at this crazy day. Look at this thing down here, and then this thing up here. Yeah, they're up to shenanigans for sure. Well, they're sweeping the hell out of stuff everywhere, aren't they? Right. I heard him say the same thing. Which is a little counterintuitive to me because typically a more liquid instrument has, like ES, you know, it's famous for sticking to levels and not sliding by them, and the NQs, you know, slipping and sliding like trying to run on ice. So I'm not quite sure how that figures in, but a lot of people, like I said before, I used to trade the NQ. I don't know how I got here where I am now, to be honest with you. In hindsight, of course, this would have been any of these would be nice longs. I don't see any normal thought process that I would have for that. Here we are at the 50. Are we going to retrace back down? I think I'm going to stick with what's his name, Freddie Boy, and see what happens if they get up here to the whatever it's called, major positive, how it reacts. This line up here has been growing like nobody's business. I mean, look at the difference compared to the negative. I guess I could change this real quick like a money. Here we go some more up. From the smell of the wafting in here from the kitchen, I'm expecting an incoming food coma any moment. And I gotta say, it sounds like a pretty good idea. Well, the MNQ I do have over here on the book of maps. Now, I don't have any of the stuff here, like other than session prices. None of the levels or any of that I have on ES. There was a run, there was a sweep, I guess. Now we're clear back up here to the highs and back at the open. Where'd the damn opening go? Where's the first one? Wow. So there's what we have to look at for the MNQ anyway. $3,532 contracts for 55 orders got taken right there. Wow. It's essentially the same mean, it's pretty much the same story. The VWAPs are a little wider. The POC's not doing the same thing. We're gonna sneaking up towards that line. All right. Hey, Magic, what's up? Interesting day, huh? Did you see those big sweeps? I'm sure you did. Both sides of the coin. This one was pretty dramatic, like 20, 25 handles or something. Clear down to where? Clear down to there. 62 to 79, so yeah, 20 handles. Kinda. Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, I did 2 magic boxes and ended up stopping on both of them. So there we go. I'll be right back. I'm being yelled at by the boss here. good for you. Yeah, I'm still down. I'm down 22 handles. Over here, as you can see on, oops, you can't see. It's putting along. I'm waiting for them to get up here and do what this, if they say happens. I'm waiting to see if that happens. So, yeah, I mean, here's what it is. Shiny. Okay. This is turned into quite the confusion over here, huh? All the VPOCs and the mids and the VWAPs and the everybody else, not the mid. Everybody else are in the same pile over here. Developing value area high, previous RTH high, VWAP. What is this? Mid. Yeah. This looks like kind of busy. Okay. I was right about the food coma. That's gonna be imminent. What am I doing? Trump is gonna be manning the airwaves at 1300, it says. But it says it's a pre-tape interview. I believe they meant to say pre-taped interview. Otherwise, I don't understand what a pre-tape interview is, but hey, no problem. Oh, what is this now? Why did you do that? Log in. What happened to that? Why aren't I logged in? Well, your entries have got to be really precise if you're swinging a 2-point stop loss, and that's 8 ticks. My. That's great. Congratulations. These are 20 ticks, 24 ticks, 6 points. That's an interesting approach. Oh boy. I tried to Magic. I tried to. Well, I didn't try to. I did sign up as a whatever you call them promoter thing of Gexbox or whatever, since I already have an account. Thinking I might be able to get some, some sort of codes that saves everybody money. But what I read so far is the 50% code it's exactly the same as you see on the price page. So if you don't see that, let me know. But I don't think there's any benefit to it. If you decide to do that, and it's, if you want to check it out yourself, it is $25 for a month, so that's pretty. And there's nothing. One of the things about it that I find appealing. There's no. You can increase or upgrade to the state. But even in Classic, the futures is live. Everything's real time. There's no extra charge for, like, Mentor Q wants an extra $70 a month to have live futures instead of delayed 30 minutes. That didn't make much sense to me. Yeah, I'd be real curious to hear how well it works for you on the NQs or MNQs. Boy, these sweeps have been all over Airplace. There's another one. Must be. Is it real light liquidity or what the hell are they doing? How is this working? What's going on here? Well, come on. 80% average, and now the hell? The ATR for 5-minute bars now down to 350. It was up here in the 5s and 6s a few minutes ago. This average thing looks back at the most recent 20 trading days. That's where this comes from. Yeah, they flattened out all those, and now they're trading them out. This thing here was quite the sweep. Most of the people that I have listened to, and also Anton, I believe, are trading the NQ or the MNQ, not the ES, including the guy named Jasper, who's the developer and the owner and whatever else. I don't know enough about them to know if they look good or bad, but it seems like they do. And this is the interface, and you can, you pick this over here, and it is, well, for example, if you wanted to do NDX converted to futures, you just click that one, and away you go. Well, let's see here. Let's see what it does. Maybe it'll blow. There you go. And that's what it would look like. The bigger ones here are the GEX by volume, and these more muted yellow or green or over here are the open interest. Yeah, this is what I'm showing you is the conversion for NASDAQ. Yeah. And they also give the conversion. Where is it? Right somewhere. I thought yesterday I saw the conversion factor. Maybe I'm dreaming. There's the SPY. And you can replay the day, or if you want to replay the open or something like that, you can do all that stuff down here. And pick the, this is 90-day expiration, this is ODTs, this would be 1 days. And this is just spot price now. If you want to have it be converted to the ES, or in your case, the NQ, you click that one, and there you go. And it's, it's updating. If you watch this thing go, it's updating every continually nanoseconds, according to them. The way these dots work is they're historical. So this was 15 minutes prior, 1 minute prior, 30 minutes prior, 5 minutes prior. So this is where this line was, these different time frames, so you can get some idea. If these dots are all down inside here, the thing is growing, like here. If the dots are all on the outside of the thing, it's shrinking, right, or it's becoming less. So far, that's what I know. And this shows the track of where this max positive and max negative were, and this is 0. And there you go. That's all I know. Or as much as I know so far. What I've been able to get from the videos, and this is the classic version. If you want the state version, which is $150 a month, supposedly has a lot more tiny stuff, and I'm sure it does. Okay, but if you want the classic, there's a couple of videos out by this one guy that seems to make them all on just the classic. But essentially what he says to do is you never want to trade down in here. This is diddling in the middle. When you approach this max positive or the max negative, and this, which is coincidentally, right at or beside the longest maximum gamma, or in this case, negative gamma, you look for a reaction from that. And then it's the same story if you're above the 0. The market makers are going to sell it when it starts approaching the max, and buy it when it starts approaching down here. In other words, they're going to dampen the move. When it comes through this, they're going to accelerate the move by selling with it. That's as much as I know. But his philosophy or methodology is that you never want to get involved in these interim areas, but trade the reaction and basically the mean reversion off the maximums. That's what I took from what I was listening to last night. But if Antom's trading it all day today, he got a better handle on it than I do. I've only done the magic box and that didn't work out like I had planned, so here I stand. And this hasn't, it did react here, but remember that when it got to here, this is where the max was at 9:50, and I have this set for Central Standard Time. We use set that up over here. This is like the developing VPOC, right? So the fact that you see this up here and you look back and go, ooh, look at there, perfect. Well, no, it wasn't, because this wasn't here. This came right straight down to here, to the maximum, and that's where this big sweep ended exactly. So that's important. Yeah, these dash lines and this dash line move continually all day long. That's what I was just saying. These green ones are how this moved, and this yellow one is how this moved. There's like the developing value area, or developing VPOC. Who is it that makes the videos? Seems to be a Colombian guy named Freddie that does most of them, and I think his channel is called Liq Trader. And he's actually interviewed and did a rather lengthy one with this Jasper guy, who is the founder and owner and whatever else. There's two of them, apparently, John and this Jasper, who they call Jazz. Yeah, but that seems to be the major videos that I've found about it. Let me see if I can help you out here. Hold on. Switch channels. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's see. History. So this is the one, Gex Futures Trading. This is the one. This is the one focused on the Gex Classic, which is what I have. And then there are several others, like this part 1, part 2, part 3 thing. He goes through with this Jasper guy. They go through all of them and ending up to the order flow and the quant or whatever it is. But he's basically talking about that. And then if you speak Spanish, he does all this. And I mean, he's from Colombia, so a lot of what he does, he mentions is in Spanish. So there you go. This is the one about the Master Gexbot Classic. It was about a year ago. So there you go. And Mentor Q, of course, is, I was never able to get that to work out so well for me. Well, now we're just breaking through the zero Gex here. Zero gamma, not Gex. Zero gamma. This Freddie S guy, whoever that is supposedly and I believe, why would he lie? I guess he was a institutional trader in Europe, I think, foreign exchange, for some time, some years, and moved back to, I think originally Colombian, so he moved back to his home country and is trading, and then found this Gex thing. Adopted it, and once you sign up for Yeah, that's what I'm trying to replicate, what you're doing right there. I did yesterday, and now today I took, waited one step ahead yesterday and two steps back, but that's exactly what I'm looking at too. But this Freddie guy is, there you go. So I think you got everything you need. Trump's going to be, I think maybe I said this, maybe I didn't. According to the financial Jews, Trump's going to be hitting the airwaves at 1300, but it seems like it was recorded, so I don't know. 1300, sorry. A lot of this stuff seems to be fairly intuitive. I mean, if you just look at the ladder of both, seems pretty obvious that the positive is, more dominant. And then if you look over here, it seems to bear out. There's a net. This is major, zero, major, positive, and negative, and then we're 100, and it's net positive, and down here in open interest, the same thing. So I'm assuming that makes sense. And this is kind of like a tape, according to what I see. One thing about it, I find it easier to add Mentor Q didn't do me any good, and it doesn't work at all in TradingView. The only thing that works that I can get to work is end of day, which is, I think we all agree, is pretty useless. I don't know what, I don't care what the state of the market was when they settled last night. And that's where that is. So the hell can that help? I don't think so. I'm glad you're getting your head around that, Anton. That's trying to pick your brain here. That's really good. Congratulations. Fast adapter. That's what happened to you young guys. I really took what I meant by that. I'm trying to do the same thing, Magic, is I took your advice on board, and I really agree that seems like a great approach. So that's what I'm striving for as well. And that, just leaves my AMP account out of the picture, and there it sits. Well, that's all you've got is Globex, because that is the most recent. Those are the most recent data in the Globex, obviously, because NDX or SPX are not trading, so there isn't any, as I understand it. And when I look at them, they're not doing anything. Even if I look at this thing, it's just sitting there. So, yeah, that makes perfect sense. But it would seem kind of funny to me, I guess, just because I'm used to watching this thing for a couple of days now. If this was just sitting here static like a picture, I guess you could just use the levels and think about them as like support and resistance, or the old basic things on a candlestick chart. But yeah, makes good sense. So thanks, Anton. And that might be part of the story with Mentor Q, I guess, is because I think a lot of their traders are in Europe. Maybe a lot of them are trading Globex. Well, I'm prolonging my midday break until Donnie John takes the microphone, and I figure I'm not going to be doing anything then anyhow. So, yeah, take care, Magic. Have a good one. Congratulations on getting green and sticking the course, man. Good for you. Well, it's a tough day in the case that it is, it's just slamming back and forth in the middle, you know? I mean, this is diddling in the middle to its finest. What I used to call, and I haven't for a while, I guess I forgot about it, but it's retail soup, you know? They're just jumping in the blender. They can't stop clicking the mouse. And, yeah, tough. And then you have these little things like this deal over here, which was pretty surprising. Well, you can sort of see it. You can sort of see it on this guy here. You can sort of see it over here on the Gex. See that wick? Can you see that? That's went exactly to the max negative. Exactly. And back up. And that correlates to this sweep right here. Well, I tell you what, let's look at what price that was. 76.66. And where did we get? Oh, 63. So it got a little below it compared to what this thing shows, but yeah, it's tough. Tough. Are you tough enough? Isn't that an old song? I think so. I was hoping you were going to come zooming in here and tell me how you got short up here at the top. That was all. I'm always looking forward to your super ability, super trading ability. And I mean that seriously. I'm not being facetious or anything else. I mean that seriously, both of you. That guy, Patrick from MQ. Yeah, I think you're right there. I think you're right, Anton. I mean, makes sense, right? And any of these little, you know, I mean, since I have this, just this little, you know, swing high to where we are now, that's 10 handles. Those are just little mean reversion trades that I've got to figure out a way to get on, you know, because that's sitting here waiting for these specific, you know, the IB this or that or something else. I'm not getting anywhere. And if you just look at him, I think that I'm not going to put words in Magic's mouth, but I think sometimes when he talks about his entries and stuff, I think he's just a lot more, what would I say, astute. And yeah, okay. We tested up once, twice, 3 times, and yeah, okay, I'll try short, you know, and just does, and it figures it's an asymmetric trade. That's, I think, or at least that's what I would want to be able to do, or should be able to do. And if it works out, great. If not, if it's asymmetric, then what have you got to lose? 2 points or a point or something? Here we go to the IB low some more. Well, there's another 50. You see, if I'd have played the 50 to the IB, I'd have been an edgeful guy. Yeah. Well, yes, a low volume node. Yeah. And actually, it coincides with the full session also. If you look at my book map thingy over here, there they are. And it's the mid, and you know. Now out the bottom we go. And that's the simple edgeful, 50% retracement. Take the IB, pull it back to the 50, short it down to the IB, I realize that's all rear view mirror in hindsight, but that's basically the mantra that they talk about often. Surprising myself, I'm up surprisingly late here. It's already 12:30, and I've had a nice heavy lunch, so I'm amazed there's any blood left in my brain. Well, that's some nasty sounding music there. Dixieland or what? I don't think I like that very much. That's a little better. Well, now we're under the mid and we're approaching the max negative. Let's see now. Okay, the max negative at this moment is 75.09, so 75s. Well, there we are, and that's at the previous close, and what is it? Why isn't that saying 75? There we go. That's at the previous close and whatever else. Also was the previous full session VPOC and just before the on the open and VWAP and obviously the tail end of that the left, just before we duck into the left tail on the distribution. This is the part that I expect and doesn't seem to happen. This is the part where I understood it was that they would, in order to hedge, would sell. And that would, enforce or exacerbate the movement. But I don't see them doing that. I don't see what it looks to me like they're doing that. What Freddie Boy says, and I'm no reason to doubt him, is that you look for a reaction back to the center from here. Again, this is not any good because this is not where this was at that moment. At this moment, this was down here. So this was a long way from it. I'd like to see him get down there and smack into that thing. I haven't seen him do that yet. I'd like to see what happens. But his comment very clearly in that video, at least, was that, you know, anywhere in here, you plan on being chopped up. Makes sense. Come on, mouse. I'll be so mean. Come on now, rip down through there. I want to see these guys rip into this thing and see what happens. $75.17. Yeah, well, that's the previous close and a bunch of other stuff. I mean, except for these bizarre excursions here, we're in a pretty tight chop, actually. You know, it's 79s to, yeah, 80 to, 12 handles back and forth across here, except when we fell out of bed at the open. And actually, just looking back here, had I continued to follow Magic's trade plan, which is to trade this back and forth for the first 30 minutes. Had I done that, even with 2 stops, right here would have been the third one within the 30 minutes, and could have been quite nice. So, yeah, I got to lower the risk, I guess, and up the ante. But now I'm a Gex guy, so Are they going to just flop back and forth until Trump gets through or comes on, or what do you suppose is going to happen here? I'm fading fast here. They better do something quick. I hear that. I can hear those eye drops calling me in there. His strategy around the zero line. He goes long or short on the cross. No stops or take profit. He holds it for 15. I think I saw that too. And that is that's the owner. That's the Jess guy. I think Jasper is his name, but he's. If you see it in a chat or something, it'll say Jazz, Jass. But I saw something similar or that same thing where the 15 minutes one way or the other, and I think that's the guy. What video was that you watched that on? Who the hell, man? Maybe I've got my wires crossed, and but I did see that too, and I thought, oh, that's an interesting plan. But that's the guy that he doesn't necessarily, I'm sure it's the Jasper guy. He doesn't want to think directionally, but he just, and he doesn't take profits or stops. And at the end of the day, he sees where the hell the thing ended up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was him. And I think that might have been, I don't know. I don't want to say. I was going to say it might have been the. This was on YouTube, absolutely, that I saw. But anyway, maybe not the same guy. But yeah, I saw this on YouTube, and I'm not sure if it was the. I think it was the. Shit. Sorry, shucks. I think it was that Jasper guy talking with his Freddy guy. Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe that's right. Okay, I've got them all jumbled up. Obviously, never mind. But I heard that too, and I thought, that's an interesting one. Well, how would that work? Not so great, I guess. I don't know. Maybe. I guess it's. Yeah. What was that? I should be able to go back through my history and see if I could pick it out. But that kind of thing. I mean, I do still think there's a real valid reason to back test, and I mean, and that's why everybody does it. That's professional. To determine if you have a positive expectancy or not. Now, you'd have to look back along. How in the hell would you do that? I don't know in a million years how you could ever back test that sort of thing. But just looking here, I mean, if you just, where am I? Yeah, just look here. Just look at today. Cross down. What are these? 5 minutes, right? Or does it say what the candles are? Somewhere it's got to tell me how much they are. I think they're 5 minutes. So there's no good. Here's great. No good. Or great, depending on how you want to look at it. Long. 1, 2, 3, 4 underwater. Long. 1, 2, 3, good. I would make sure you throw the candle somewhere. Oh, here's for that. I know I saw that SPX. There's a conversion. I don't know why I didn't see that when I was talking about it. That's the conversion factor right there. Huh. I was thinking it was here. No, I've figured out what these candlesticks were once upon a time. Maybe there's another. Ah, here we go. 1 minute. I'll bet this is it. So those are 1 minute candles, not fives. Okay, so I was counting too many. I wasn't getting nearly 15. So if these are ones instead of fives, a lot of that would be profitable. I'm assuming that's what this is. Yeah, 1, 5, 15. Okay, those are the candlesticks. Call wall and put resistance works. So zero line had much better win rate by far. Wait a second. Oh, I know who that guy is. Yeah, he's trying to build a thing about, he's maybe Italian, and he's got kind of a dark wood, nice looking office thing, and he's back testing and doing all this stuff. I don't know that he was talking about this one, or at least that might be who I'm thinking about. Let me see here. So if these are 1 minute bars, you need 15 of those bad boys every time you cross, right? Probably easier to count with fives. Right here, we would have gone short. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 13, 14, 15. But what are you talking about? A point. Maybe I'm not thinking about the right guy. Well, win rate win rate might well be, but win rate is useless taken by itself, because you've got to have the expectancy is win rate minus average winners times average winners, minus loss rate times average loser. That's expectancy. That matters, but just win rate I don't think it's a very good metric to lean on. But I'm not saying that. Let's look at 5 minutes. Maybe that. Oh, well, here's a 15-minute candle. Could that work? Okay, there's 15 minutes. Wow, that doesn't work because each one of those is yeah, that's not very good. For example, there's a cross, and there's a 1, there's 1, 2, 3, there's 15. Right back where you started. 1, 2, 3, yeah, I don't know. I think I know exactly who that guy is now. I think I remember. I'm going to try to look for him. I'm trying to look for myself, actually. And what was the instrument? Do you remember? I don't. Seems like it was the NQ, probably. Like everything else these guys trade. Let me see if I can figure that out now. And then we'll know if we're talking about the same fella. Which account? Okay, which one do we want? That one, okay. Let's see, history. There's another GEC spot that's kind of interesting by the guys who developed it called Understanding Our Visualizations. I just happened to cross by that one and remembered it. Ah, shucks. I actually listened to that a couple of times too. That's what's frustrating about it. Right. Yeah, he said you can't trade these. That's exactly right. He said you can't trade these manually. You've got to automate them. Exactly. I know that one. That's exactly the one I'm talking about. Oh, man. Where am I? I'm back to where? When? Well, I'm getting nowhere quick. Yep, that's exactly the guy. He said you can't do it manually. You got to automate it. I can't believe how far back I am and I'm still not there. Well, I'm back in the mint or Q period. I'm pretty sure that's not what it was. And it wasn't one of those IQ capitals either. He started his own thing. It's his own channel. I was a market maker. Now I'm going to grow my own channel and whatever else. Yeah. Well, I'm not even remotely there now. So. Let's see if I put it in the subs. I don't see any. I don't see him. That's why I didn't save it as a subscription either. And sometimes I could be looking on a different channel. That's a. I typically try to only look at this trading stuff on this one channel so that this doesn't happen. And guess what? It happened. Yeah, well, yeah. Never mind. Back to the drawing board. Boop. Me too. I'm done. I was going to try to find it to confirm we were talking about the same thing, but anyway, never mind. I'm going to now confirm that I'm going to go take. 1300. So, Whiz Bang should be, Donnie John should be on the pulpit about now. I don't see anything about it though, so maybe it is just a taped interview and who knows what. I don't see anything here, anything other than this, you know? So maybe it's not going to be anything, but I'd like to see him get down here and get close to this and see what kind of reaction there is. Right now I'm going to go shave and shower and all that stuff. Back in a flash. Hey Shiva, what's up? Yeah, just stepping away here because I think Trump is supposed to be talking. It's been a pretty crazy morning. And how's your trading going? I got to go put some medicine or drops in my eyes, and I'm going to do that in a minute. But yeah, just keeping an eye on everything here. Pretty flat here last couple hours. Well, it seems to be, you bet, no, my pleasure. It seems to be, we're kind of getting used to looking at it and interpreting what it said. We were just, my post there is about the comment that Anton had remembered a video, which I had also picked up somewhere along the line, but neither one of us could find it at the moment. But yeah, this is Gexbot, and it seems to be pretty accurate and pretty comprehensive for what I want to do and for futures trading at the moment. So basically the idea that I've been able to glean from material, reading material and videos or whatever is there's one guy called Gex Futures Trader, or Gex, Gex something trader. Guy named Freddie, Colombian. Remember we were talking about him yesterday? He seems to be the most prolific producer of things, and I did find one video which he did about a year ago just on Gexbot Classic and trading futures. So that's an avenue I'm going to try explore. Oh yeah. And now I'm going to go. Well, Donnie John is busy. I don't know if this is really a Donnie John speech or not. It's kind of fuzzy for me here. If you notice over here on, it's booked here on Only Financial Juices, Trump's pre-tape interview, which I believe is supposed to be pre-taped with a D interview. Well, if that's the case, maybe it's just somebody's replaying it. I don't know, but that's what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna. And there's the usual, he said, she said, we said. Trump says all mines have been removed and or detonated from the Straits of Hormuz. If they put down any mines, they're going to be immediately destroyed. And up here they say that it's in a framework agreement between Oman and Iran, includes establishment of a joint temporary shipping lane and an agreement to implement a joint project to clear the Straits of Hormuz for mines. Well, it couldn't be much more diametrically opposed. So, welcome to the world of social media and whatever else we've got. So anyway, I'm going to just take the I don't know what this is about, and I don't see anything in here about it, which is kind of suspicious, but I'm going to stand by and go put some stuff in my eyes anyway. Well, if you sign, I don't know about LinkedIn, but if you sign up for an account there and it's $25, I'm not even sure that you have to really actually buy it to start the account, because you can have an account without subscribing to a whatever, classic or state or order flow or whatever you call it, to do the research thing, use the research tools. But my point is that they have a very they apparently have a fairly active, I guess, and he is active in the GexBot Discord. So maybe you'll catch a lot of the stuff you're interested in there. I don't know. I never even thought about LinkedIn, to be honest with you. But there you go. That's as much as I know, mi amigo, mano. He seems like a nice guy. The problem I have is just I don't hear very well anymore, and I sometimes stumble over the getting used to his accent a little bit. To me, but other than that, I'm sure he's seems like a nice fella. And knowledgeable at that. So here we are, fluffing right along to zero. I'm dying to see him get down here and smack into it. You got to be real careful with watching this. I was getting ready to say I want to see him react off the max, because this is one of the things he talks about, how he trades it. But you have to be careful thinking, okay, down here, well, we did it right here. No, we didn't. Because at this moment in time, this was where the zero gex was. The max negative. This is like the developing VPOC, if you use that, or whatever. This is the developing max major negative. This is the developing one. So you want to be careful when you're looking back. I think it's better off to probably replay, because then these are going to be going at the same pace. Like here, you think, oh, well, look at there. It reacted off of that and off of that and off of that, but that wasn't where this was. This was up here. Same way with here. It was up here. So I caught myself falling into that trap. And state, well, you can do that. I mean, just go to the web, get gexbox.com and go to the whatever they are, and there, whichever one of these buttons it is, you'll see all about it. And there's a tutorial, that'll play about the state and whatever, whichever one. Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty well laid out site, I think. At least I can get around in it, so that says a lot. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to step away and put these drops in my eyes and stuff, and then I'll be back in a bit. I think Magic was in and out, and I think Anton has also stepped away. So you've got the con, or the helm, or whatever you want to call it. Well, what are we doing now? Well, I died there. Whew. What happened? Who's on third? Okay, what did we do? Who's on third? Did Trump ever talk? What happened? Man, I passed out like a light. Ooh. Well, basically, nothing. Still in the chop fest, eh? What's going on up here? Never got down there, did it? Oh, yep. There you go. So we're just continuing. Wow, it's late. Didn't realize it was almost time to end the damn session. Holy smokes. I'm long. We never did get there. That sucks. Well, here we are, and this is the first time we've actually come to a level and touched it while it was in the zone right here. Boy, they got right to it, and down they came. Lickety split. That's what that fellow would say would have been his short position, was right here. Am I on the right? No. Here. Never did come down to the max negative or major negative. None of these were there because at this point, this was where it was. So, the only one we've hit all day. The only one we've hit all day is right here, right now. That's pretty amazing. Here? Nope. Here. Because here, the max positive was up here. So this is the first time we've done it all day long. Now we're going to come back up and try it again, it looks like. I can't believe I died like that. Ooh, I guess I needed it. Here we come again, huh? Gonna have the market on close here in 6 minutes. I'm going to see if I can coordinate replaying Gex spot here at the same time as the book map tonight, and see if I can get them lined up. And that ought to keep me out of trouble. Wow, that thing just disappeared. You see that? Look at that. How the hell can that move like that? These must be the 0 day. Huh? Look at that. It goes from... Wow. Going back and forth from negative to... Yeah, that's pretty amazing. Look at this. Look at this bar right here. A minute ago, it was up here. These are puts and calls. I was listening to what are those John and Jasper talking about what these things mean. Look at that. Wow. I can't get over how this thing keeps bouncing back and forth from negative to positive and such huge swings. I don't see how that can happen. There's the market on close. Wow, that's quite the square dance of the VPOCs, huh? Let's see what this is. We don't have it yet. Yeah, this is as they claim microsecond. I suppose it's as good as your internet or whatever, you know what I'm saying. But yeah, that's what they claim. That's pretty crazy. I didn't see that before. I thought I was hallucinating when I was looking at that green one. I was trying to read where price was by the, over the top of here, and all of a sudden the thing disappeared over here to the red, on to the left and negative. I'm going, wait, what? What was that? What was that? Let's see if we got anything. Here we go. So they're buy side except for the Mag 7, which is down. Don't forget now, tomorrow I haven't done the market recap or the coming up news, which I will do right at the top of the hour, I guess. But tomorrow's NVIDIA's reporting. So that's going to be a biggie for everybody. That's the final Mag 7. We've got 967 million positive, 91 million NASDAQ, 519 million buy side on the Dow, and 10 million sell side on the Mag 7. I guess I could do this quickly right now. So tomorrow, what do we got? Core PCEs, GDP, durable goods. Ooh, look at them. Big string of numbers, and 4 of them in the 3 stars. Wow. I'm going to watch this thing go into the close. Let's see what happens there. I wanted to be sure. I'll look at the NVIDIA thing in a minute, but I think it's more important. For me, it's more important to watch the GEX thing and the charts. I just want to see how they happen, how they maneuver. Now we're going to go up here again and see I wonder what they're going to do going into the close. 8 minutes, 7.5 minutes left. I have this all scrunched up just in order to try to get this one level in view, and it's still growing. Look how that's growing. Wow. Pretty amazing, huh? And the puts are just not a pinata. Oh, and now this thing has come shooting back out of chute number 4 now. Ooh, look here. Look at price. And suddenly the major positive jumped way up. That's pretty interesting. And we're going to close them down here pretty quick. Look at it go. Now, what are they going to do now? I don't know whether I can expand this and make it easier to see. Yeah, that's probably easier, huh? Can't really see those ends moving back and forth, but coming right up here to the max major positive, or Wow. And it's following right along with the, look at the market on close squeeze going on over here on the, on Bookmap. Same exact story. And now it's dropped back down. Now it's back up. Notice this thing is flashing back and forth. A second ago it was down here. Now it's up here because these two are changing places. So is this a gamma squeeze we have going on here? Is that what I see? I think it must be. Closing swing trade. That's another one Tom always knows it, always has figured out. Wow. Yeah, I realize this is just price, so I don't know why I was surprised to see it on Bookmap, but I was just getting confused here with gamma and schmamma. But interesting where it stopped, right? Straight up to that Gex level, and then down she came. Watch this one. Watch this level here. Watch that level at whatever it is. 86. Flying back and forth for maximum support and resistance. Oh, you can see it. You can also see this happening over here on the max Gex change. Watch that flashing back and forth. That's exactly what's happening on that bar. Wow. Interesting. Pretty interesting. Seems like a really, really interesting way to lose a shitload of money. You're not knowing what you're doing. I mean, it's not, obviously, these are not price, right? But that's what's zooming back and forth over here. This is price. I don't know why I was so amazed to see that is price. I don't know. Yeah. And that's what exactly what Bookmap's got going on. But, this guy, Jasper, this jazz guy that developed this thing, I heard him, he was talking about, I think it was maybe it was in the one with Murad. I don't remember which one of the videos. You start out with all of the stuff and, fancy charts and lines all over every place. And then when you finally get down to where you're making money or something like that, or at least this is what he did. He's got a grayscale tick chart and Gex levels. And that's how he trades. Whether that's true or not, who knows, as we said. All right, there's 1,500. That's a cash close. I guess we're going to stop jumping around now. I think it's finished. Okay, I'm going to get quickly back to the market recap. Quickly. So we've got a bunch of big numbers out tomorrow morning at 0730. Free stars, durable goods, core GDPs, and I'm sure we have. Don't make a liar out of me now. Tomorrow we're going to have, NVIDIA, baby, after the close. And CrowdStrike and Salesforce and the rest of them. This is investing.com. Of course, you can filter for whatever you want. It's free. All the things I usually say. One thing that's interesting to me that I find handy is the event titles changed to a URL. So if you don't know what ADP employment change is, you can click that button and know exactly what it's all about. And here we are. ECB is gonna tighten. And who knows what's going to happen here. Here, yeah, there's NVIDIA down there. Okay, good. Cool, so that's pretty much the wrap. What an interesting tool this thing is. Seems to be, or data, or whatever you want to call this. Yeah, take care, Anton. Have a good one. Well, I'm disappointedly closing the day on the loss here. That's a bummer. But I just took 2 trades, those opening magic box trades. And that's, there you go. I got to rethink the risk I'm putting on those trades. That's for sure. The solid red line. Sorry, Shiva, I didn't see this. The solid red line, like here, is the developing. This is where the current max negative and the current max positive. This is the developing. So in other words, when we were trading here, we weren't trading on the max positive. We were below it by this much. Same way with down here. When we're trading, where somewhere can I use as an example? Nowhere, I guess. This is not the max negative. This is. None of these were hitting max negative. Max negative was down here until it moved up here. Same way with here. None of these were hitting the max positive because it was here. Developing, it moved down to here. Now this is actually where we hit it. They're together. This is where we tested through it and came down. Over here, they blew through it and didn't get pulled back. That's what I know about it. Have figured out. Like on my charts, where are they? Like on, come on, where's the mouse gone now? Same thing with here. The yellow line here is my developing VPOC. And this red, the hard fixed red, this one here is the where it is currently. All right. Well, that was quite a. I'm gonna. I am going to. I always let my machines run, but I typically close the stream down. And I'm going to do some studying about this GEX thing and get a plan in mind. I'm going to review my risk for the. Oh, I didn't do my snap yet. You see, you guys were going to let me get loose here and make a giant mistake for myself. Okay, these are the two trades. This is the box trades, or magic box. There was the long. There was the short, and it just right back. And had I kept going, which is what you're supposed to do, until for the first 30 minutes, right here would have been a short, and then the rest would have been history, and it would have been a lovely, lovely day. I didn't do that. Now I'm going to get my snap and my accountability in here. So here we are. There's the full accountability. Entry, exits, all times, all everything, and where we ended up. Completely transparent and fully accountable, and only live in the live market. There we go. Now I've got the snap for the journal, so I keep a journal on static too, so I got all this stuff going. Yeah, this was no good here. I let that run to the target instead of killing it quick. That was stupid. Oh boy. All right, Shiva, nice to see you again. I'm gonna kill the stream here and do some stuff I've got to get doing. Unless I do a Globex tonight, which I will schedule the stream ahead of, I will be back tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. And tomorrow's a school run, so I'm here until about 9:15, and then back. I got to take Tam out, and it maybe takes 40 minutes to an hour, depends on traffic. So there you go. Thanks for coming by, anyone and everyone. Risk neutral trading every trading day, 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time, starting with the pre-market and set up all the statistics and everything. The statistical open type, and go through the reports and the numbers and the pre-market and yeah, all that stuff. And then the wild and exciting cash session from 08:30 until 1500. Have a good one. Eva, take care. I don't see you leaving any place, but I'm gonna kill it and get on to looking up some of these videos and stuff. Anybody got anything else before I pull the plug? Did you hear, Shiva, if you're around, did you hear I gave you the different definition of the difference between the red line and the dotted line, the solid line, the dotted line. If you heard that, I don't know. If not, we'll go over it tomorrow. Again. No problem. Wow. All right. Have a good one. Remember, life balance is important. Make sure you're well rested, well hydrated. Do something to keep in shape. If you're on emotional tilt, throw your mouse in the garbage can and rest your eyes. You know, keep things in perspective. Have a great night and see you tomorrow, I hope. Thanks a lot for coming by. And like and subscribe if you're not already. I'd appreciate that.